You are here, walker in the weirdness. Your arrival. I am Ingvi. May my stature not surprise you. For the Thoid, it is what you bring to the tribe that matters. I bring myself, my skills, and my devotion. I am my tribe's servant. I've heard the voice, but I cannot answer its call. The members of the Thoid tribe are preparing to fall into sleep, and it is my duty to ensure their safety while they do. We sleep to dream the mother's dream. It is sacred to the Thoid. Until now, only Senya has dreamed, and before her, a long line of devoted and sensitive Thoid warriors. Through the dream, we commune with our guardian giant, the one we call Mother. Now Mother wishes for all of us to join her. She promises to protect us from the weirdness. Mother promises that the strength of the Thoid's united dreaming will repel the weirdness and encompass the entire Forlorn Swords. By embracing the dream, the Thoids will protect not only themselves, but all of the Delrida too. The Thoids have long believed the world is heading towards self-destruction, and we are now on the brink of the end times. If there is a way to prevent that, we will do everything in our power to make it so. We are not sure, but we have faith. It has to be enough. We became certain the moment you set foot in our lands. Your arrival was foretold by Mother. She said that when the walker in the weirdness arrives, it will be time to fall into the sleep. Through our dream, we will save ourselves from the end of days. You are the walker in the weirdness. You can do far more than we ever could. We have tried everything. Magic, diplomacy. Some of us even joined One Eye's rebellion. But it wasn't enough. We needed Mother to show us the way. She said that only by joining her dream in another realm can we truly affect the reality we know. The Gunvalder tribe did the same. They worshipped their giant too. We believe King Arthur entrusted us with his crown for a reason. There's always been a special bond between the Delrida and the giants, going back to the Age of Legends. Perhaps he was the only man who could speak to the giants as an equal. But how could we find out now? The king is dead, and he's not coming back. This is our last chance to make a difference. We need to trust Mother. That's not widely known, but we have our own theory. We believe Arthur bound his essence to the crown, which allowed him to communicate with the giants and gain their allegiance. However, you can't bind your essence to another being without mastering the weirdness first. That's why we believe Arthur must have uncovered the secrets of the weirdness, unlocking the mysteries of the Fordwellers long before he forged his allegiance with the giants. I will keep watch until everyone enters the land of the dreaming. Once they fall into sleep, I'll decide whether or not to join them. I may simply become a nameless, tribeless Delvida. I did not say that. I'm only saying I haven't made my final decision yet. How do you think you can help us? Can you do more than walk the weirdness? Can you walk through dreams too? If that's the case, I won't stop you from entering. Mother will decide if you're of use to her. But don't you dare harm her, even if you can. If you do, you'll have the entire Thoid tribe against you. That much I'm sure of. As you wish, Walker in the Weirdness. I won't make any decisions about the dreaming until you return with answers. Or the will of the Mother.
School to see you here, for it means we draw ever closer to Sonder. Behold the dreaming, our true home. Walker in the weirdness. As I greeted you in the waking world, so do I welcome you once more. The world that withers is no home to us. It is a fleeting mirage where nothing holds, nothing remains. There all crumbles, without meaning, without end. But the dreaming is eternal, and it has a purpose. The deepest of all layers, Sonder. When your arrival ended the vigil, the dreaming began. The final phase of our dreaming is Sonder. Sonder is the moments when we shall become one with Mother's dream, forever entwined. Sonder is also a place deep within the lowest layers of the dreaming. There at last we will be safe, far from the world ensnared by the weirdness. Ingvi believes you may unravel the burdens that weigh upon some of the Thoid. Without freeing them from these burdens, they cannot enter Mother's chamber, where each of us must drift into ever deeper dreaming, until at last we reach Sonder. Ingvi's burden is to guard the village of Thoid, to safeguard Mother, and to ensure that all members of the Thoid tribe journey towards Sonder. She awaits the right sign. When it comes, only then will she choose her fate. Life, unfulfilled duties, feelings that tether the soul, keeping it from sinking into the dreaming's embrace. Each of us carries burdens. Once, we of Thoid would end our vigil and return to wakefulness, striving to cast off these burdens through life itself. But your arrival ended the vigil. It began the dreaming, and Thoid may no longer wake, not unless such is Mother's will.
You, don't just stand there. Help me find Vile. I know that filthy swine is hiding some... A filthy beast. A mongrel who tried to put his hands where they didn't belong. Oh, how I wish I had cut them off when I had the chance. But he fled, and now he's entered the vigil, and I will not. If he dares try to harm her again, I swear... Senya! I swore to protect her, but I failed. I chased Vilekin from her bedside, then from the tribe, but he still managed to worm his way into the vigil. I need to find him. As long as he's out there, Senya will never be safe, and I will never be able to join her in Sonder. Because I saw him. I tried to give chase, but he's surprisingly good at slipping away in this place. He cannot be allowed into Sonder. There is no place for the likes of him among the dreaming. His very presence would be like poison. Good. I'll wait for you here.
In the weirdness. You're here. Finally. You have to listen to me. I need to speak with Yngvi. But ever since the dream began, I can't leave this place. She must hear this before it's too late. That's exactly the problem. Sonder is a trap. No one can go there. Especially not Yngvi. Please, I'm begging you. You have to help us. The Giant Mother, the one we believe to be Mather, wants us to become her children, to surrender ourselves to her care. But why did we ever assume she was Mather? Our Mother Goddess was a warrior. She gave us the strength to stand against adversity, to unite against those who seek to destroy the Dalriada. And what is this dream, if not turning our backs on our kin? On the other tribes who still fight? Are we to crawl under Mother's skirts while the world burns? Sonder is an escape, and now I see it clearer than ever. If we flee into Sonder instead of standing and fighting, we are no longer Dalriada. There is no honor in this. We are on the verge of losing everything. Our identity as Tainted. Our very souls. I don't know if it'll be enough, but you have to try. Tell Yngvi that Rune reminds her of the duty of every Dalriada. We stand and fight. We dunna run. The Giant Mother is not Mother. She's nothing but a weak, selfish wretch who would see the Tainted destroyed. I know my plea must sound desperate. If you grant my request, I'll enter Sonder. I'll be thrown into it whether I want it or no. But if that is the only way to save the tribe, then I will do it. I will sacrifice myself for them.
Behold, Walker, this is one of Mother's earthly faces. She watches over us now in the dreaming. as she once did in the waking world. I believe Mather watches your path with great intent, as do I.
Have you found him? Oh, thank Mother. Senya is finally safe. And now, I thank you. Wait, who are you exactly? Walker in the weirdness. You? Oh, thank Mother. That means the vigil will soon end, and we will all be together, and I will see Senya. I do. I swore to watch over her in her sleep, and it has been an honor, but I miss her presence. I miss the sound of her voice. She's so still when she dreams. I wish she would smile again. Have a good sleep, I guess. Thank you, Walker in the weirdness.
Where few dare. I don't feel worthy of asking for your help. I need help. Not for myself, but for those I have failed. My mate Sidara, my friend Bodil, and I went to the Giant's Barrow. We sought knowledge, a sign that we still walked toward Mother's dream. But what we found instead was ruin. Bodil, our companion, did not return. And Sidara, the White's touch took hold of her. She's no longer herself, not truly. Find Bodil. End his suffering. And Sidara, she still sleeps, but her soul cannot rest. They must be freed from this curse. Then, at last, we will have peace. We will join Mother in her sleep. Odal's earthly vessel might still be in the White's lair. As for Sidara, she sleeps in our hut, beside me. I feel her. So close yet so distant. Please, bring back my loved ones. Free their souls. Then, maybe we can find ourselves again. Join the Mother.
Ho, you're here. Munvarth knew you'd come, even before we headed to the Mother's chamber. They call me Yarnsford, because that's my name, Yarnsford. So that's why they call me that. Makes sense, doesn't it? The Mother's chamber, where we'll dream forever. Munvarth says great black ships that devour the sky will take us there. I don't know if that's true. He makes things up sometimes. Like that time he told me he brought me a giant's tooth. Turned out to just be a regular old walnut shell. He's my friend. My raven friend. I mean, he's a raven. Feathers, wings, a beak, all the raven things. And he's the reason I'm worried. Well, not really him, actually. It's my stupid head. Always forgetting things. Before I entered the Mother's dream, I told myself, Yarnsver, remember to let Munvarth out. And, of course, I forgot. Damned useless head, and rip it off my shoulders and toss it into the abyss if I could. Yeah, he talks to me a lot, and sometimes he says things that make me really wonder how he even knows them. When I asked him, he just said it's a raven secret. But funny thing, he only talks when it's just the two of us. If anyone else is around, he clams up like a corpse. You know, that could actually be it. I mean, I never thought of myself as a mystic. I always figured I was just spouting nonsense. But maybe I'm actually speaking in mysticisms. Oh, that would explain why I forget everything. My head is filled with mystical secrets beyond mortal comprehension, and there's no room left for mundane things. His cage. And the cage is back at my house. But not here, on the other side. You know, in the waking world. Because we're in a dream right now, right? Sometimes I mix it up and forget where I even am. It's this stupid head of mine, I swear. If Munvar stays in that cage, he'll starve to death. I left him food, but not enough to last a lifetime. Well, I mean, it'll last a lifetime. Just a short one. You don't have to rub it in. I already feel bad enough. Not only did I leave him, but as long as I carry this worry, I can't go deeper into the dream. You will. I'd do it myself, but I can't go back anymore. For Doids, dreams are a one-way journey. both Munvarth and I would be forever grateful. Here, this is the key to his cage. It works like any key. Just stick it in the lock and turn it. I hope it can travel back to the Waken world. And please, make sure to apologize to Munvarth for me. Did you manage to... Of course.
My beloved. Thrum. Thrum.
Walker in the weirdness. You return. Welcome. Ah, Runa. I suppose that means you simply must tell me what he has told you, I hope. How much he longed to become chieftain. But among the Thoid, ambition is one of the gravest sins. That is why I was chosen as chieftain. I was chosen, as is the way of the Thoid. I couldn't refuse. It was the will of the tribe. As for Runa, he would have thrived as an Ulfrite. I have no idea how he managed to pass our trials. Whatever he's asked of you, know this. Runa has his own reasons for stirring up trouble. So tell me. Does he now? And he's only just come to this realization. Now that he's in there, and I'm stuck here. Let me guess. He wants to switch places. To take the chieftain's seat while there's still a tribe left to lead. Sacrificing himself for the tribe. That is unlike Runa. It does make me wonder. You don't know Runa like I do. He would never do anything that doesn't serve his ambitions. But entering Sonder goes against his desires. And if someone like him acts against his own nature, it's worth considering why. The difference between us is that I face my challenges, while Runa flees from his at all costs. Taking him at his word would be naive, but I cannot ignore what he says. I bear a great responsibility. On the one hand, there is the myth the Thoid have followed for centuries. On the other, my own doubts, and the opinion of a man who's known to work against me. Tell me, Walker in the weirdness. You do not share our burdens. What would you do in my place? We've always... Some even scorn us, refusing to see us as Del Reed. If they've pushed us away for so long, maybe it's time we did the same to them. Thank you for your involvement. My duty as chieftain is to hear the voices of my entire tribe, even those who are not respected, like Runa. You may leave me to my thoughts now.
Yes? Yes, Skuld knows him. Therov was once a valued Thoid, but he chose another path. By his own will, he shall not see Mother's chamber, nor journey towards Sonda. He entrusted himself to the mission of Gonvalder's son, the one now called One-Eye. It was his right to choose. The dreaming is not for all. Step.
Now everything is in Yngvi's hands.
Have you found... Has...
I felt it. You must send me to her. More than I have ever been. But listen, my body still clings to this world. The flesh was not because I wished to, but not hesitate. Strike true. And yet, there is... If you will not raise your blade, then I must raise mine. Not out of hate. Forgive.
Hello? Did you manage to free him? Thank you. I hope he finds a new home, or at least some other ravens to keep him company. And I can already feel my burden lifting.
Come, walker in the weirdness. Jarnsfor, Rune, Alfild, Trim. You do not yet grasp the weight you have lifted from their shoulders. No matter how great or small their burden, it still bound them, kept them from journeying towards the deepest layer of the dreaming. But now they may step into Mother's chamber, and you shall be granted this privilege as well. After all, this is why you are here, is it not? You shall see my sister, Senja, and Mother, whose dreams we have shared, and in whose dreams we long to become one. Yes, that is why you will enter Mother's chamber, Walker. The choices that must be made shall be made within. No matter the outcome, you have the gratitude of all Thoid. Were it not for you, we could not have embraced the dreaming. We could not have Do not fear. No harm will come. I know that you are indeed.
I have watched your journey, Walker in the Weirdness. I saw how you helped the lost Thoid children face their burdens, the weight that kept them from entering this chamber. For that, you have my gratitude. But I know you have your own purpose. Now tell me what it is. So you have chosen to follow the voice of the tribes and his fading hope. Gerfan, a man who so desperately wished to be a unifier, who carries such a deep thirst for retribution, while I strengthened my bonds with the human children of the Thoid tribe. I learned much of his mission. He believes tradition can be a driving force, that some things must unfold as they always have. That is why he waits for Ingavi. But Ingavi's place is here, among us. And when her kin entered my chamber, the Thoid Elder's burden was lifted. She has no reason to remain in a world crumbling into ruin, all for the ambitions of one old man. The Thoid are not needed by anyone. Gerfan clings to his dreams of unification and retribution, stubbornly picking at wounds that refuse to heal. Tell me, Walker, do you truly believe uniting the Thoid have suffered enough? Now you ask me to let them fade into nothingness.
Enough. There is no reasoning with the Giant's stubborn nature. No matter what you say, she'll keep dragging you deeper into the labyrinth of her mind. That is why I ordered the Giants to sleep. Their nature was unpredictable. They reveled in strange manipulations, willing to wager their own lives in primitive bets and frivolous games. And so, I speak. Whatever this one demands, grant it. That is the order of the king to whom you swore fealty.
I was wondering how long you would stay silent, letting the human whose body you stole speak for you. You have lasted surprisingly long. I suppose emptiness and oblivion have taught you some humility. Nevertheless, greetings, Arthur. I am glad I have finally dreamt of this moment. The moment I can tell you, face to face, that everything is your fault. Avalon is falling because you existed. Because you continue to exist. This is also the moment I accuse you of murdering my children. And the children of the other giants. Your human king got to know us well. When he ordered the giants to sleep, he knew that our children could not dream. Dreaming is something giants grow into with age. Having no choice but to obey, we left our children behind in the waking world. Alone, defenseless, condemned to the coldness of death. Quiestra, the child I once held in my arms, never dreamed with me. While I built layer upon layer of my dreaming, she was dying. But I had time. Enough time to dream of Sonder. A place and a state where death holds no power. There, I will dream, Quiestra. I will give shelter to the entire Thoid tribe, including Ingavi. I will not abandon any more children to the waking world.
I have made many terrible mistakes during my reign, but I always considered what was best for my people. At least, that was my intention. I wanted to make Avalon our home, free from the plague, free from forces that would seek to oppose us. I thought that my return would restore balance, that I could prevent Avalon's fall.
Your idea of what is good is twisted, human king. As for you, mortal, yes, you need the blessing of the tribes to claim the crown. Those were the terms of the sacred pact, but you will have to manage without the Thoid. They will all come with me into Sonder. I will care for them as if they were my own children. And I will save them from this world's corruption. Indeed, you have the right to make such a demand. The role you played in the fate of the Thoid grants you that authority. And Ingavi, she will accept the path laid before her without protest. Perhaps it is only fair that the last of her people remains awake. That some trace of the beautiful children of Thoid may endure until the end of time. Very well. So be it. The way to Sonder is closed to Elder Ingavi. Her duty now is to carry the legacy, tribe. Walker, although you carry fragments of the King's soul within you, the choices are yours to make. I entrust you with the blessing of my rune, hoping you will choose wisely. And you, Arthur, do not think you still command everything. You are a prisoner of your own legacy. It is done. Our long-dreamt-of meeting has come to an end, and I am pleased with the outcome. Leave now, and let us dream.
Stop.
Walker in the weirdness, you return. I don't know what to say. Has Mother sensed my doubts? My true burden? Deep down, I've always felt that Sonder... I envied Therov for joining One-Eye's rebellion and getting to see the world. I envied Taranis for his work with the Alchemists Guild. Now I will have the chance to know real life. But I cannot be the elder of a tribe with no tribe. Perhaps I will join those who refused Mother's call. For the first time in my life, I feel free. I don't know how Gerfan will react to an elder without a tribe. But, well, he summoned me. So I will come. There is a reason why the Thoid made me their elder. My power, despised by the other Delrida, is truly unrivaled. And on the battlefield, a skilled Thoid is worth 10 Volker warriors steeped in Mather's fury. The Thoid. We have long been divided between those who follow Mother and those who were deaf to her call. Or at least, that's what we believed. That they were cowards, unfaithful, ungrateful wretches. But I was never convinced by those words. To me, they were simply brothers who dared to walk their own path, even at the cost of eternity. Deep down, I admired them. I am still Thoid, and I am young. When I come of age, I can bring more Thoid into this world, perhaps even with the help of those who return home one day. I am certain they will be. They will believe what they choose to believe. It will be a new beginning. My role as elder was to guide the Thoid of old to the dreaming. But those who come after them will live in the waking world, and I will guide them too. At last, I will be allowed to grow up. And I'll admit, I cannot wait. It's hard to say, but I don't truly care. They will either accept us, or they won't. But who knows? Perhaps this time we will grow closer to them. I've always thought they envied our direct connection to Mother. With Mother gone, perhaps we will finally build a true rapport. I know I will always wonder what Sonder would have been like. And I know my heart will grieve for my... But something tells me this path is not closed to me forever. If there truly is a place we go after death, perhaps it is Sonder. That would also align with Runa's claim that Sonder is a trap, and that, in truth, everyone dies before entering Sonder. Maybe he was right. If so, then when I die, my soul will awaken in Sonder. I will see my tribe again. And finally, I will meet Mother. That is what I have decided to believe. See you at the moot, Walker in the Weirdness. Walker in the... I...
Not another step. You. Who are you? And why do you think you belong here? Not here, you don't. Ulfraland ain't for outsiders. Not unless the voice of the tribe says otherwise. Trust me, I wouldn't let you in if you were King Arthur himself. Especially not him. He'd have a sword up his ass before he took a step past this gate. Seal looks real enough. Fine. Go on in. We don't take kindly to outsiders sticking their noses where they shouldn't.
Hey, you! Gerfon sent you, didn't he? To summon us for the moot. Just because we live up in the mountains doesn't mean we don't know what's happening in the wider world. Well, that works out perfectly. My father's been looking for someone for outside the tribes to help him with something. That's all I know. He didn't tell me much, but he sounded really serious. He told me to bring the first person I came across. His name is Strana. Please, go meet him at his forge. You can't miss it.
No. You're not a Dauriata. And you're too scrawny. Wouldn't make much of an impression. I was thinking of knocking you flat in a fight, so Concha would see it and say, "Bloody hell, that Vika's strong. I'd love to wrestle her." But with you, it just wouldn't work. No. This needs someone with a bit more meat on their bones. But thanks for the offer. Just look at him. Those shoulders, like he could tear limbs off. Those massive fists. Must have crushed dozens of skulls. And the scars. Look how long and thick they are. He's taken so many blows and he's still walking, breathing, like nothing ever happened. What does that matter, when he's as strong as an Ulfa? Sure, there are things he still needs to learn about us, but I'd help him with that. How else could it be? What do your people do when they want to, you know? And the women don't fight. They just sit and watch. Mata, I'd die of boredom. Handkerchiefs? Like he's got a cold? How the hell does a handkerchief show him I can fight? Well, I could give him a good wallop. Oh, I wish. But I don't want to hurt him either. It's so stupid. I'm acting like some daft Camelot girl around him. Ugh. Look at me. Can you picture me writing romantic letters? Then you might need your head checked. Our chieftain, what's there to say? He's the strongest, so he leads. Even if the giant hadn't marked him, no one would have matched him. Off you go.
Oi, don't I know you from somewhere? Aye, that's it. I knew you looked familiar. It's good to see a fellow survivor from that cursed hole. Tell me, friend, how did you manage it? That hooded fellow helped you, didn't he? I need to know. I don't remember you talking in the riddles before, but fine. Have it your way. Good on you for making it out of there. So tell me, what? Sounds about right. That's why why should I risk my neck for outsiders? They've always treated us Dalrida like we're some necessary evil. Sure, they're nice enough when you're useful. But once it's over, they look at you like you're a stray dog. Nay, thanks. Dalrida will always be Dalrida, even if they're not my own tribe. Who knows? I wasn't here when Camelot attacked my tribe. I was already rotting in the asylum. If I had been, they wouldn't have pushed us back to the keep. Or maybe I'd have died an honourable death. I only know this. Thrigve forbade it. And the Ulfrats obey him like hounds chasing their master, even now in his current form. Not my chieftain, not my problem. We Gunvalder worshipped our own giant. Wasn't exactly lively when I left the village, but now it's glowing. No one knows why. The Thoid called it a blessing. Told all the Dalreda they should rejoice. But if you ask me, they got scared. Maybe that's why no other tribe helped. Not Ulfr, not Volker, nor even Thoid, who told us to be happy about our giant. You're joking? One Eye's rebellion actually worked? Ha! Now that's a twist I didn't see coming. Never cared for One Eye, but credit where it's due. He pulled off something impressive. Now all that's left is to rally the other tribes, get word to One Eye, and boom! We've got ourselves a foothold in the south. Good. It's about time. These tribes have had their heads so far up their own arses, acting like their problems are the only ones that matter. Well, who doesn't have problems, eh? Back in Arthur's time, we stood as one. Now, we're so damn stubborn we can't see past our own noses. It's bloody senseless.
Egil sent you, did he? I'm Stroner, a blacksmith. What brings you to our village? That kind of order should go straight to Thrigvi, though I doubt he'd be eager to leave his throne. Until a new chieftain is chosen, Thrigvi won't attend the moot. Well, that's good news. You're just the kind of person I've been hoping for, to help with Thrigvi, that is. Thrigvi always dreamed of surpassing mortal strength, of becoming as mighty as the giants. He became obsessed with the lone pillar near our village. The Ulfr might not be known for their writing, but we have our legends. Thrigvi found out the pillar was a place where giants entrusted their souls to the Fore-dwellers, whatever that means. So we had a throne forged into the pillar and sat on it during a weird night. What happened after that changed everything for our tribe. I wouldn't call it madness. Thrigvi stopped being human. He grew to a monstrous size and gained unimaginable strength. He became something other. After that, human concerns no longer mattered to him. Yet he's still Ulfr, bound by our customs and rules. It might not mean much to an outsider, but trust me, it's a very dangerous situation. We tried. The moment we declared a new chieftain, Thrigvi appeared out of nowhere and killed the contender with a single blow. Then, like nothing had happened, he returned to his slumber. After that, the Ulfr began worshipping him like a god. Hard to believe, considering our disdain for magic and religion, isn't it? Yet, here we are. Don't be surprised if you hear them singing his praises or fawn. They're terrified of his power, although none of them will admit it. The Ulfr are a proud people, always the first to charge into battle. For us, an honourable fight is the greatest glory and duty. We are also renowned for our blacksmiths, the finest and the forlorn swords. Our weapons and armour are unmatched all across Avalon. But now we've lost our way. When Gunvaldr called for aid, and Thrigvi forbade us from going, most of us stayed behind. It's the greatest shame of our tribe, and I know many feel the same. I don't know for sure. Thrigvi doesn't speak much these days, not in his current state, but I have a theory it probably had something to do with the awakening giant of the Gunvaldr tribe. Many tribes envied them for it, and Thrigvi has a special connection to the giants. Maybe that played a role in his decision. Yes, definitely. The Ulfr might be stubborn, but we've always valued unity among the Dalrita. Without Thrigvi's influence, there'd be no question, but his shadow looms large. It's hard to see a way forward while he's on that throne. Ah, so you've met some of my brothers already. You wouldn't ask that if you hadn't. Since you know about the Stone Wardens, I'll tell you the truth. Yes, I'm a member, and the Ulfr village is our unofficial capital. Darvan himself resides here, Gerfan's own brother, and our leader. The only way to remove an Ulfr chieftain is through an honourable duel, but there's no honour in fighting something like him. Perhaps my mentor Darvan knows how to defeat him. He won't tell me, He says he's afraid I'd try to face Thrigvi myself, and honestly, he's probably right. If I knew how to bring him down, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But Darvan thinks if our plans were discovered, I wouldn't live to see another day. He's probably right about that too. My brothers have grown unpredictable. Are you mad? Thrigvi is practically a demigod. No mortal can defeat him. If that's what you've decided, though I still think it's a terrible idea, you have my permission to challenge Thrigvi to a duel. I'll stay close by, just in case you fail.
I'd offer you my hand, stranger, but with the stone sleep taking me away, I reckon that's not the best idea. Still, I'm glad to see a new face before I leave this world behind. Especially someone with such a rare way about them. My name is Noleg. You're the last living soul outside my kin to hear that name. Oh, no. I'm just fine with how things are. Well, I am a stone warden, and by our custom, a day comes when a stone warden begins to slip into the stone sleep. We give ourselves to the ore. Stone our forebears carved through for ages, raising halls and strongholds from its heart. We become yet another monument to the forlorn swords. You tell me. I don't know what it is exactly, but there's something different about you. They say the stone sleep makes folk more attuned to the rare and unusual things in this world. Seems you carry one of those in you. Farewell. It was good to see a new face in the Ulfer. Who knows? Maybe I'll still be around to see your coming.
You're in the Hall of Remembrance, in the seat of the Stone Wardens. My name's Ast. I look after this. Various Stalrida who earned honor in the Stone Wardens. I don't know if... Alright. That sculpture is Glimhildir Ironfinger. Ring any bells? She led the Stone Wardens 2 centuries ago. That's a likeness of Magnar, known as Flint Magnar. One of the greatest masters of shaping weirdstone. I keep things in order, and I... Goodbye.
I wouldn't come any closer if I were you. Because I said so. And here in the official hall of the Stone Wardens, my word is law. Leave in peace. Ah, your powers of observation are truly impressive. Thrigva, that cursed fool. Undead and merged with the Lone Pillar, and perhaps he is. For now. You cannot defeat him as you are. The Lone Pillar grants him strength beyond mortal flesh. No blade will bite. No armor will hold. Not unless you earn the blessings of the Giants. Listen well. To face Thrigva and live, you'll need more than just courage. You'll need to forge a weapon. A true marvel. One capable of shattering the Lone Pillar's might. I'll help you forge it. But you'll need to gather the Giants' blessings first. They hold all the fragments. What do I look like? A giant keeper? The Giants have no love for the likes of us anymore. Their power does not... If Stroner sent you, then go back to his hut. His wife might know something useful. Women tend to keep the wisdom. Stroner keeps her close. Protective, I'd say. The Ulford tribesfolk say she's mad. Perhaps even a liar. Claiming she speaks, but mad or not, she knows things the rest of us don't. Don't judge her by their words. Go to her and listen. You might find her madness holds more truth. A nice piece. I recognize Gavor's design. Is this his way of telling me you're worth my time? And I want peace on Avalon. Bold and straightforward. Qualities we look for among our own. But there's one problem. You aren't of Dalrita blood, which means the grace of the Stone Dream won't be granted to you. So, I can't admit you to our ranks. Our ancient laws say you might, yes, but they're called ancient laws, not simply laws for a reason. If you achieve something great, say a feat of war, the Elder Council might allow you to walk the path. Provided, but as I said, it's no old dead law. Our tribes aren't exactly known for their hospitality. Well, if you've won Gavor's favor, I'm willing to risk giving you a small. To prove your worth to the Stone Wardens, you must find. It used to be the first task for any prospective member of a... I can tell you where to start searching. There was once a rich vein in an old mine to the north. It may yet run deep. We abandoned it a century ago, but I can guarantee you'll find... Off you go.
Well met, traveler. Well now, you've done something I didn't think was possible. Truth be told, I only sent you there out of spite. That mine was written off long ago. As a reward, I'll teach you another song. With what you pulled from that vein, I can sing your...
Darvin, you have to talk to my father. I'm begging you, end this madness.
You're confused, girl. You're asking the Master of the Stone Wardens to stop one of our own from entering the Stone Sleep. Ridiculous. Don't ask me again.
If anyone can stop this, it's you. You can set new rules. Show them the old ways don't have to stay unbroken. If you ever respected my father, please do it.
Out of the question. The Stone Sleep is the highest honor in our brotherhood. Only the most steadfast among us are deemed worthy of such a blessing. You should be proud of your father for achieving such grace.
Proud? You're all...
Fusca, Olaf's daughter. Fierce and stubborn, as I'm sure you gathered from our disagreement. Not the wisest girl, but I can't deny her spirit. Unfortunately, her grasp of our Brotherhood's principles is sorely lacking. To her, the Stone Sleep isn't the great honor we know it to be. The statues you must have seen scattered across the forlorn swords. They're not just stone. They're our ancestors. They're our ancestors. Those who embraced the sleep and became one with the land they cherished. It's the highest blessing a Stone Warden can achieve. It's something we all aspire to. Awaiting the day you may never experience it yourself. I've never heard of a non-Rita receiving the honor. Then again, few outsiders have joined our ranks. So... young blood. They struggle with tradition, especially when they can see the world crumbling around them. She doesn't want to lose her father. Since her mother passed, he's all she has left. They say no love is stronger than a child's for their parent. I wouldn't know. I never had parents myself. But Olaf is doing what he believes is right. Fusca will have to help. There's nothing to fix here. Olaf chose this path long ago, and he's waited years for the sleep. If he wanted to stop it, he would. Whatever his reasons, they're his own. Still, calming that girl might be worth a try. The last thing we need is for her to conspire. Ha! Call it what you like. Plotting, scheming, or just doing what needs to be done. Thrygva's not a man anymore. He's a curse on the Ulfr. And curses don't just go away on their own. Stroner and I understand that. If you're wise, you'll understand it too. Someone has to stop him. And it sure as hell won't happen by sitting around. If it were up to me, I'd vote against it. The moot waste time dreaming of invading Camelot, or the Dorita crumble from within. We've got greater problems to solve. Fractured tribes, lost traditions, and a dwindling future. Fixing that should come first. Until next...
What do you want, outsider? No, wait! I'm sorry. Everyone says I talk before I think and need to work on my... You are an outsider. That wasn't an insult. How foolish of me. Maybe the fact that you're not one of us means you can help. Murder, thank you for... Right. The beginning. My name's Fuska, daughter of Olaf, of the Ulfr tribe. My father is doing something I fundamentally cannot agree with. He's giving up on life because someone convinced him that, as a member of the Stone Wardens, it's the right thing to do. But I think it's pure madness, and I'll do whatever it takes to stop him. Calling? My calling was being brought into this world, wasn't it? And now he wants to abandon me, just like that? All for the sake of tradition? No, my outsider sent to me by Meder. I won't stand by and let him turn to stone just because someone decide to call a curse honor and grace. I asked him to convince my father to delay the sleep, but talking to him is just like trying to reason with a wall. Honestly, I'd throttle the old man myself if it wouldn't get me exiled from the tribe. Traditions, traditions. Everywhere I turn, it's those blasted traditions. Do you know what stone sleep truly is? It's a curse. A curse wrapped in fancy words and false honor. Think about it. The stone sleep is death in slow motion. First, it weighs down your soul, then your body. You stop moving, and the stone creeps over you. You never know if it'll take days, months, or years. You have no idea how long you'll hold on before the stone claims your heart or your mind. And our ancestors thought this was a blessing? To me, it's obvious. It's a curse, plain and simple. Honestly, I'm not sure. From what I've heard, there's no way to reverse the stone sleep. But maybe that's just a lie. I do have an idea, although it's risky, at least for me. For you, as an outsider, it shouldn't be too difficult. I'll explain if you agree to help. You could also try talking to my father. Just don't let him drown you in all that honor and tradition nonsense. I've had enough of it, and trust me, you will too. Near our settlement, there's a man called Frost. He's a nameless reader, exiled from our tribe long ago. Frost claims he created a potion that can reverse the stone sleep. I think they cast him out because he defied tradition and saved himself. I can't risk being seen with a nameless. If anyone caught me, it'd be over for me. I'd be as good as exiled, cut off from my father forever. That's why only you can help. No one will suspect you. Great! Give me your map. Here's where you'll find him. May Meder bless you for the help you've offered me.
Stop right there. I don't get many visitors. None I trust, at least. What do you want? I don't care about your name, so don't waste time worrying about mine. Let's just say I'm someone who knows enough to stay alive. You ask too much, outsider. Some things are best left buried. Now, tell me why you're really here, or leave before someone less forgiving finds you. Sure, I can sell you something. Just don't expect much. If you've come to talk, Fuska. So she still thinks it's worth fighting? I've seen plenty like her father. Stubborn, clinging to their traditions. They never listen, even when the truth is staring them in the face. That girl's got spirit, though. Let's just say I have my own reasons for fighting the sleep. It's a curse, no matter what the Stone Wardens claim. If someone wants to avoid it, I'll do what I can to help. That's all you need to know. Yes, but the story is mine, not yours. What matters is what I can do for you, not what I've been through. Besides, the less you know about me, the safer you'll be. And trust is a luxury I can't afford. Maybe reversing the stone sleep isn't simple, and it's not always possible. The process isn't just physical. It's tied to the soul. If Ulf's already far along, this might only delay the inevitable. What do you need? I won't be the one brewing this potion. Here's the recipe. Just don't come crying to me if you blow yourself up in the process. Don't take too long. Time isn't something Ulf has much of. And remember, don't tell anyone you've been here. If the Ufer catch wind of me, this hiding spot becomes my grave. If you've come to talk, keep your...
Ah, you're the outsider. We don't talk to many outsiders. But if you're here, that means it's for some... I'm Hrafn, son of Tove and Isid. I share the forge with Stroner. If you need something special, he's more into as a smith, we keep the good on that. I guarantee. Speak. Since you asked, I need a few brimshade. There's a project that's been on my mind for a while. Glad to hear. I've been someone... I'll be waiting.
Vigdis? What does she have to do with this? Because I'm protecting her from prying eyes and the superstitions of villagers, that's why. I don't know you. Why would I speak of my wife, accused of madness, to a stranger? For any Dalrita, losing one's mind is like a living death, a shame worse than most can bear, but I love her too much to grant her a good death. If Darvan believes she hasn't gone mad, but instead serves as a bridge between the Ulfr and the Giants, then I'll gladly let you speak with her. You'll find her in the locked room. Here's the key.
He sent you, didn't he? Ha! That's bold of him. Sending someone else to poke at old wounds. Yes, I know their ways. Or what little of it the Ulfr haven't buried with scorn and silence. But you're not here for stories, are you? You're here for the blessings. The Giants don't just hand out blessings like baubles at a market. Their favor is earned, not begged for. They respect oaths, strength, and sacrifice. You'll need to approach their shrines, what remains of them, and prove your worth. Each giant demands something different. It could be a test of will, a trial of battle, or a riddle no mortal tongue can solve. Start where the land still remembers their steps. Their shrines lie in places of weight. You'll feel it when you're close. The air grows heavy, and the earth hums beneath your feet. We built shrines near the giants themselves, where they stand petrified, often part of the mountains now. If you falter, they will know. And if you lie, you'll wish you hadn't. For the Gunvaldor giant, the summoner, bring proof of the hunt. The summoner respects not just strength, but the bonds you forge. Alone, you are nothing. Together, you are worthy. For the Thoid Mother, the giant of bloom and ash, offer flowers. Simple, fragile things, yet they carry life even in ruin. She remembers beauty, where others see only loss. And for the giant below, the Keeper of Depths, well, you'll need to find that out for yourself. The giants demand truth, not tricks. Fail them, and you'll face a wrath older than the earth itself. The giants see Thrugva for what he is. A parasite clinging to their world, twisting what was once sacred. They have no love for him. For years they've waited, longing for a champion, someone strong and worthy enough to carry their blessing and cleanse this land of his corruption. If you prove yourself, they will help you. Just show them you're the one they've been waiting for. Because I speak truths they'd rather forget. It's easier to call someone mad than face the shame of their own weakness.
The giants haven't abandoned us. We abandoned them. If you want their blessings, you must show them we still remember. We still honor their strength. Go with purpose, and tread carefully. The giants do not forgive fools.
Who dares disturb the silence of the stone? Speak, small one, and tell me why you stand before the summoner. Honor, a rare gift from the living to the forgotten. But honor alone does not earn my blessing. Show me your strength, your will, and the bonds you have forged with others. Only then will I lend you the might of the summoner. Alive, dead, such words mean little to a being as old as I. My essence lingers, bound to the stone and the world it once shaped. Speak not of what I am, but of what you seek. Tryggva, the parasite clinging to the pillar. He twists the old ways for his own greed, a shadow of what the Ulfr once stood for. If you wish to rid the world of him, call forth your allies, mortal. The summoner, together you will face. Have faced my summons and stood victorious. Few possess the strength to endure, and fewer still the bonds to overcome. You are worthy of my blessing. Take it, mortal, and carry the strength of the summoner with you. But know this. My power is not a gift. It is a burden. Wield it wisely, for it binds you to those you fight for. Go now. The giant strength is yours to wield, but their expectations are yours to bear. Do not fail. You tread where others dare not. Speak, mortal. Why have you come? Tryggva. His corruption festers even here, staining the roots of the world. If you wish to destroy him, you must prove you understand the price of power. Show me you can take what the depth, the heart, and the mind both are tested, the heart and the brain, only then. Lies slain, its heart and mind laid bare. You have proven yourself mortal, not just in strength, but in will. Few dare to face the darkness, and fewer still emerge victorious. You have earned the blessing of the depth. Take it, and know it binds you to the weight of what lies below. The unyielding, the eternal, the unseen. This fragment is yours, forged by the shadows and the earth itself. Go now, and tread carefully. The depths remember all who walk them.
Walker in the weirdness. What draws you to this place where stone and life entwine? Speak, and let the truth in your heart fill the silence. Guide you? No, child. I do not guide. I nurture. I protect what is precious, what endures even in the face of ruin. If you wish my blessing, prove you understand the value of what grows, what blooms, even amidst the ash. Thrigva. His corruption spreads like a poison, choking the life from all it touches. If you wish to stand against him, you must show me that you honor life, even as you prepare to battle death. Bring me the fragile flowers, the symbol of life's beauty and brevity. Prove that you understand what you fight to protect, and I will grant you the strength you seek. Take this blessing, forged in both bloom and ash. A fragment of what was and what will endure. May it shield you in your darkest moments and remind you of what you fight to protect. Go with my blessing, child, and let life flourish where you walk.
Well met, traveler. By the stones, you've done it. The blessing of the giants. Do you have any idea what you've accomplished? Forging a weapon from them is the pinnacle of the Stone Warden's craft. It's a feat spoken of in tales, but never achieved. You've brought us to the peak of what we can do, and surpassed. Ambitious. I respect that. The forge is yours, but I'll guide your hand. This isn't something to take lightly. You've earned this moment. A Stone Warden in all but name, shaping the strength of giants. Use it well, and make it count.
You fought bravely, and I have heard your will. Me, the new chieftain. I never sought this, but if that's what the tribe needs, then I'll do my best.
A fine choice, truly. You got the heart for this, and the tribe needs someone like you to lead. You fought for the Ulfr in ways few others have. Let's hope the weight of leadership only strengthens you further. And you've done well, choosing wisely when the tribe needed it most.
I'm humbled, really. I'll make sure our tribe is strong and united, and yes, I'll go to the moot. The Ulfr will have their voice. Thank you for everything you did. We surely couldn't have made it without you. First, I need to get this Thrigvi nonsense out of their heads. That'll be the hardest. Ulfr might be stubborn, but we're not fools. Once they see Thrigvi dead, they'll come to their... Before long, he'll be nothing more than a cautionary tale. After that, we honour what the moot decides. If it means war, then we march. And there's nothing the Ulfr love more than battle. Now that you've spoken to the giants and put Thrigvi down, she might finally have a chance to return to herself. I hope the voices are silent now, or will be. I couldn't have done this without you. You have my deepest you have my thanks and my respect. It's been a long time since the Ulfr had a reason to stand.
Not this way. And you've got the seal. Funny how he only remembers us when he needs something. Fine. Go on then, and speak with our chieftain. Just try not to piss him or anyone off. The only other way out of this village...
You don't belong here. Mother speaks and I listen. Mother is everything. Strength, purpose, the voice that guides us. And you're...
So you're the one who lit up the sad old pillar. You almost caused a stir among those sad lumps. Almost. So, I guess you're not exactly what they've been waiting for. But you've certainly piqued this tribe. Once hailed as mighty warriors, now they're just sitting around, waiting for someone to save them. If it's not their matron they're hoping for, then it's for the pillar to flood the village in scarlet light. They've lost their purpose and are desperate for someone to give it back to them. That's what they call their priestess. She disappeared long ago and never returned. The Volker claim she took Mater's favor with her, leaving them cursed. They act like a spoiled child whose mother suddenly got cross with them, and they can't understand what is happening. It should be amusing, but somehow it's not. That's a good question. The pillar reacted to me when I first arrived, although very faintly. And now it's reacting to you for some undeniably fascinating reasons I'd love to hear about. But here's the real puzzle. Why does the pillar respond to creatures touched by the weirdness? And what exactly are they waiting for if nothing is ever enough? I doubt even Angsvar could answer that, but you should ask him anyway. I'm quite curious to hear what he'll tell you. Meet me later at the temple, fellow brother in the weirdness. I have a feeling we'll have...
Greetings, stranger. I'm Angsvar, the chieftain of the Volkio tribe. What brings you here? Ah, Taig. Taig was a problem. The poor man had gone mad. He claimed to hear Mother's voice, that the goddess was commanding him to fight and die a noble death. Someone would have granted him that death long ago. It would have been kinder than his torment. But defeating a madman in combat brings no honor, so he suffered. And we suffered alongside him. Your act was an act of mercy. It's good that someone finally took it upon themselves to do it. We'll need to inform Helmi, Taig's widow. It's best if you handle it. Offer her your condolences. And don't worry, she'll understand that it had to be done. Really, me, a representative of the madmen forsaken by Mother. Does he think I don't know we're the joke of the other tribes? What? Does he want them to laugh in my face instead of behind my back? An agreement. For centuries, every tribe has only looked out for itself. A single conversation isn't going to change that. Besides, with the others there, we'll never be treated as equals. That's just the way it's always been. That's what we are in the eyes of the other Dalrita. Sure, they respect our berserker's fury, when it's not too frequent, and when it happens to serve their battles. But deep down, they see it as madness. They're afraid that in our rage, we might mistake them for the enemy. Unfortunately, I must refuse. The vocal tribe will not join the moot. We have our own issues to attend to. There is one thing, but I'm not sure you can do much about it. It's embarrassing to ask an outsider for help, but I have no other choice. Not far from the village, there's a hill that used to be the seat of our elders. At least, it was. Until bandits moved in and likely killed everyone there. They've destroyed the bridge, fortified the stronghold, and now they sit there, practically spitting in our faces. I know. We've fallen far. Once, we were a proud tribe. Now, we're stuck watching petty thugs parade around our own land. Mother is clearly showing us what she thinks of us. We did. We lost too many good warriors. We underestimated them. On top of that, many Volkir left to join One Eye. So our numbers are thin. We don't even have our Berserker potion. We lost it, along with Mother's grace. Yes, but if my warriors couldn't do it, I don't expect you to manage it alone. Still, I don't know. Either way, anyone who helps drive those dogs... Really? How? No, don't tell me. Let it stay between you and Mother. I feel she has a hand in this. Thank you for stepping up for us. I promised a hefty reward, and now it's yours. And since Mother helped with reclaiming the seat of the Elders, maybe her grace will also guide us with the matter of the empty temple. Frigg, the matron who served there, disappeared one fateful day. We searched everywhere, but it was no use. The sacred totem of Mother passed down from mate. Without it, we can't appoint a successor. And the temple... it's hard to blame her. She left after the massacre of Gunvalder. Her daughter was with a man from that tribe, and was in the village when it happened. I've spent years questioning whether I made the right decision back then. Even now. You're right. Only a matron can brew the sacred potion that allows us to enter the battle frenzy. Without it, the Volker... We gave up searching for her a long time ago. But if you're set on trying anyway, speak with Bride.
Oh, Tiga. What have you done? Why did you leave me so brave, yet so foolish? What am I supposed to... Oh! You startled me! Barging into a Delry... Wait, you're the one who gave... I'm Helmi. Yes, Tiga was my husband. And I suppose... I'm only sorry that Tiga is gone. But I am grateful. You acted honorably, allowing him to challenge you. No one else was willing to. The Delrida think fighting a madman is dishonorable, as if madness could be caught like a sickness. Madder, help me, it's my... He'd be the first I'd like to kill. But without my husband and without my calling, I don't know what would happen. Well, I'll manage somehow. I've survived one heartbreak with Madder. I'll survive. Now, please, just leave. I don't believe Madder was speaking to him. And I know what I'm talking about. Before I got married, but I believe that he believed it. If I had become a priestess, Tiga would still be alive. I would have loved him from afar, but at least he'd... It's hard not to. Maybe there was something I could have done? Maybe I missed some... symptoms. It's nice of you to try and comfort me, but... I need to deal with my grief on my... Though I'll admit, right now, I'd gladly kill half of my tribe. Especially those who...
Hello again, fellow outsider. Welcome to the heart of the Volker's desk. It's always a pleasure to... Why, chasing mysteries, of course. You know what I find most fascinating about the Volker? Almost all of them carry the faint scent of the weirdness. The traces of it run through their veins, like tiny sparks lighting them from within. That caught my curiosity, so here I am, trying to satisfy it. Angsvar let me stay because the pillar glowed when I arrived, and everyone decided it meant something. Salvation, a new beginning, anything to pull them out of this mire. I turned out to be none of those things. So I promised him I'd at least try to figure out how to open these damn doors without the matron's totem. So far, I've failed spectacularly at that too. There's no priestess, no goddess, and barely any believers. Hardly enough to call it a temple, is it? Faith breaks so easily. That's why we don't believe in locking it away in buildings. Or people, for that matter. Other than their famous battle rage being less about their goddess's wrath and more about the weirdness churning behind these doors? Not much, sadly. The mysteries just keep piling up, as they always do. Speaking of which, there's something I want to ask you. You're not one of my kin, yet you almost feel like one. It's a bit distracting. Tell me, what's your secret? I did say almost, didn't I? I may not know every Pict on Avalon, but I know my own when I see them. Matron Frigg. I doubt she'd have been pleased to see me here, in a place that belonged only to her and those who came before. The Volkers say she cursed them and left, that Matera herself hid her tracks so she could never be found. They're wrong. At least about finding her. She may be gone, but her presence is everywhere. You just need to follow it. You've seen it by now. On Avalon, the weirdness is always there. Thick in some places, thin in others, but never truly gone. And everyone leaves their mark on it. Some faint, some strong, but someone like the Volker matron, she'd leave a trail bright as a blaze. You just need to find it. When you find the totem, don't go running straight to Angsvar. Bring it here instead. If a new matron takes her place, these doors will close to both of us forever. And I need to know what's behind them. I'll repay you, I promise. Answers and more. Oh, now that is exciting. But please, the honor should be yours. You're the one who put in all the hard work, after all. Oh, you're back. I tried following you, but the door shut right up. Maybe I could go in now, but first, I'd rather you just tell me what happened. A four-dweller? Ah, so it's just as I suspected. But why would a four-dweller be in... Angsvar told me the pillar in the village was ancient, and that back in the day, it would blaze scarlet with Mater's true fury. But we both know that it simply reacts to creatures touched by the weirdness, and it hardly ever blazed for either of us. That's because it's tuned to react specifically to the four-dwellers. I know that Alrita fought alongside King Arthur against them, but it still doesn't explain why this one tribe has a pillar like that. Oh, I see now! According to the Volker legends, the first berserkers were born on the battlefield during the war with the four-dwellers. Mater was supposed to lend them her anger and strength, but maybe the truth is far more visceral. Blood has power. The druids always knew that. And the blood of a four-dweller must have been the purest weirdness, the purest intent. If you believed it could make you invincible, then that's exactly what it would do. War is disgusting. Blood, rot, viscera, it's all part of it. What happens in war is never pretty. Maybe, once, it could have been a captive, brought here by the Dalrita and hidden in the vault. But there's no way it survived for 600 years, being bled over and over again. Nothing could endure that. At least, I hope not. I think it's an apparition of the weirdness. Same with the blood. But with intent that strong, sustained for so long, it's probably indistinguishable from the real thing. Well, I can't say for certain. Although personally, I don't believe she's truly on Avalon. As for the potion, her wrath isn't really hers. It's born of the weirdness. That's why so many of the Volker still have its traces coursing through their veins. Once someone drinks the potion, it stays with them. But that much weirdness all at once for someone so unprepared? Well, it can't be good for them. No wonder other tribes thought they were madmen. And no wonder there are so few left. You will do with this knowledge what you see fit. Angsvar and I, we've had our differences. I doubt he'd believe me. And honestly, I'm not brave enough to try to convince him. Now, I promised you a reward. I'll give you something he refused, but it might be of some use to you. I've managed to create a recipe for something similar to their potion. It's not as potent, but now that I know what it is, it's far less damaging to the body. Take it. The potion is sacred to the Volker. He worried that instead of giving his tribe a new purpose, it would only... And... Don't mention it. I think I'll stay here for a while and see how things unfold. After that, who knows? Maybe our path... In the meantime, try not to get into too much trouble.
With our luck, it couldn't have ended any other way. But the totem was with her. If so, we can at least name her successor. Could it be that Mother is finally smiling upon us? Thank you. Feels like seeing the first light of dawn after a night that refused to end. But this isn't the end of our misfortunes. Elspeth, the girl chosen to be the next matron, took her own life today. Threw herself onto the rocks. Hard to say. It's been a dark time for all of us. But maybe she had her own burdens. Ones we never saw. Shame she chose such a dishonor. Shame she did it. Certain. She was well liked. Nobody would have had anything to gain from her death. And I refuse to believe that any Volker would kill their own kin. Especially not a matron-to-be. We need a matron. And if she won't name one, I'll have to do it myself. It goes against tradition. But I don't have a choice. Maybe you should check Elspeth's hut. See if she left any notes or hints about who should follow her.
It's always a pleasure. Oh, nothing. You're the one who put in all the hard work after.
If it stinks, cut. If it tastes, and I will. Huh? Sour herring? And cheese? What's cheese? Never heard of that. Sounds like some bloody Camelot nonsense, but I'll give it a go, because, you know, I like sour things. And I like fish. Might be good. I'll try to cook it. If I ever get my hands on this, cheese, thank you, outsider. Ah, now that's a different we call it, gribble here. Because after eating it, folks tend to... a real... Oh, to grip... Aye, right. I made it. I felt pure agony at first. Never eat a damn good sour herring and cheese. Oh, that mate of yours has a sharp mind. I reckon I get along with him. He understands my, So, no one's told you yet that the one by the biggest heart is Aki? Huh? So, it's about the vault. How is it? But bunch. Or I. Yeah. And? Men? Ah, I don't need... Mask. Screw... I feel... Endless You're asking about it. I imagine there's definite... and it would be great to add... We'll need some fat, too. And... Are you... So... You...
Spare a coin for the hungry.
Fine. A berserk? You've done me, you know. Still. Huh. If only my a man with the young... Oh, and what... Unless, of course... And again, maybe... I'm... Yes. Either way, I just hope...
Good. I'll...
Have some spare food or coin?
Please, don't hurt me. I don't want... Yes, it's me. But look at me. I can't go back. My poor, sweet Beatrice. But I'd never risk going back to Camelot. I'll hide out here, May the All-Mother bless you. Take my insignia and bring it to Asgore. Tell him I was already dead when you found...
Always a pleasure to see you.
You too? So that's how it is. Well, here's your gold.
I'll await.
Spare a coin for the hungry.
Watch yourself out. Watch yourself.
Come closer, dearie. My, what a fetching lad you are. Tell me. Ah, you're a real charmer, aren't you? That's one of the things I miss about travelling across Avalon. Men outside the Forlorn Swords know how to use their words, make a woman feel special. The Del Reader don't put much stock in talk, especially the Volker. But it's still nice to hear something kind now and then. If all the Volker... I remember the feasts we used to have. We were never the cheeriest folk. Yes, dear. Ah, yes! Thank you. Here, take this for your trouble. Ah, so you've read the article. My, now I really... Well, one day, I was stuck. She had a black eye, and a lookup told me she'd caught her. At first, I told her to go to the chief, but... In time, some didn't want to talk. So... A child may not yet have a name, but a child, as for adults, and to strike your spouse... Ah, that's exactly what I told her. Leave the bastard, take the girl, go back, but... She said if she went back to her father, he'd be... That's when I said, enough is enough. And
What do you want? Unless you can tell me. You... What? If we'd met sooner, I would have begged you to bring her home. But... That's what I feared. And what I tried to drown out with drinking. Era. Even at the end, but the thought of never seeing her again. Take this for your trouble, and for showing her her sense of honour. And thank you for not selling her ring. It means everything to have something. Her memory will live on, even if she couldn't. You, what? If I'd known my You, if I'd known my You, if I'd known my
Off with yes. Oh, I saw an outsider. I figured you must have lost your way to end up here at the Volker tribe. But you, can I help you? Speaking and to answer your question, no. You won't leave me be, will you? I'm mourning a lot, my blade. Shattered into pieces. I've collected every shard and keep them close. I realized I couldn't keep going like this. It had all gone too far, far beyond what I could handle. It kept demanding more. Because everything comes at a price. The sword, it needed proof of loyalty. Proof that we were worthy of each other. And since blood binds best, it demanded blood. When there was no one else to cut down, I let it taste my own. Until, one day, the blood of others wasn't enough anymore. It wanted mine. Aye, so what? It's clear you've not... It went dull. Dull as an ulcer. Couldn't even cut through a slab of bear meat. Sometimes, if I went too long without tasting my blood, I'd have to fight with that blunt blade. Felt like punishment for letting it starve. Oh, what, you want them? Fine, take them. I need to come to terms, but if you can forge something from it... No. That'll be... I'll rid myself of what's called... Just remember, if it starts well, you'll definitely... That's right. But make more than... I don't... That's not... Well, that... I'm at, but if... I'll take a look...
if you find it. But me. I'm just being. If.
Yeah. If it's always a pleasure.
door!
Blessings. No matter, as you've probably guessed, I'm frail. That's what they call me when they cast. I took refuge here because I thought it best. Please, don't turn me in. Nothing wrong, I swear. I take some offerings from the altar when no one's looking, but no much. Just sometimes people come seeking comfort, and some want to hear. I'm no Mather, but I can't turn a blind eye to it. But you don't look like a Vulcan. Perhaps you'll grant me the mercy I won't find. Tige, such a poor, good boy. He'd give his life for his wife. But I doubt she knows that because she's always complaining that she'd sacrifice herself to Mather for him. Too eager and aggressive. And Tige, he's such an honest man, truly. What do you mean? Oh, I've been so worried about him. Oh, what a tragedy. I thought I was helping him. He would come to me, talk about his... I helped him the best I could. Mather is our mother. I just wanted to help her out. Give that nice boy in honor of my own children. My fate is now in your hands. I wouldn't be able to... What is your... Thank you. I promise I'll be as good. May Mather's life. Mather's.
So my Tega never lost his honor. He was deceived. At least now... Oh, if only I could get my hands on that blasphemous wretch. Tell me, who is she? Have you killed her? Not like I have much of a choice, do I? At least my Tega got his justice. Thank you, outsider. You've done a great service. May Medar guide you on your...
Who goes there? I'm Olaf, senior journeyman of the I've never set foot beyond the... If that's true, then you carry a great burden. Perhaps it's for the best that I won't live. The old stories about the one who claims the crown are grim. Even the eldest brothers say that whoever dares claim the crown and steps through the gate will... What kind of calamity? No one knows. I hope they're just old tales. But if not, I hope you return whole. Let me guess. I can see her pain. But I've carried my own for long enough. This isn't just about tradition. I want the stone sleep. If you take this from me, you take my dignity and... What are you doing?
Yes? Do you have... So, you have no idea how great... We don't have much, but please, take my mother's neck. Everything will be fine now.
I'll be keeping my... Watch your step. Don't get... Watch...
What brings you here? Let's take a look at what I've...
I'll be keeping my eye on you. Watch yourself.
Maybe this is what. Huh? But I. Huh? According down. Wait, but then you. And besides, I don't think.
Aye. Fair.
Really? Let me see. Milk, meat. Give me a little. So here it is. The endless. So what now? What? First you question me. I believe. Hey, why? You speak in strange ways, outsider. After our first meeting, I had a dream. Suddenly, I heard a voice. Kate, that's when I realized you brought that endless screams of agony. This is how we eat. This, I understand now. I have intent. Thank you. Nah, that's too much, but definitely here. Take...
I'll make king.
You? What you? You're the reason Elspeth is dead now. If you hadn't... You brought back the matron's totem. We hoped it would stay lost forever, but now the doors are open again. No. Frigg had chosen Elspeth's mother as her successor, but then Frigg doesn't... Everyone feared that even if the totem was found, we'd be left without a matron. On her deathbed, Elspeth's mother named Elspeth as her successor. She never wanted it. But you don't refuse your dying mother, do you? We thought the tribe would eventually move on, find new ways to worship Mather, and leave this madness behind. But then you showed up. And bring down the wrath of the entire tribe on us both? After everything that's happened in Volca, do you really think they'd calmly accept her saying no? They wouldn't care about our plans for the future. Plans that don't involve Elspeth being stuck in the temple forever. To them, it's an honour. This entire tribe is worthless. They all see themselves as Mather's chosen, yet they act like sheep who can't survive without a herding dog. You don't know? They didn't tell you? Being the matron is torment. It only ends in death. When a matron undergoes initiation, it's said she becomes a living vessel for Mather's wrath. It's like drinking that cursed potion. Your veins burn and your mind screams for blood. Our matrons spend their days isolated, barely holding back the berserker madness that threatens to consume them. They rely on calming herbs, meditation, whatever they can, but they need an iron will to endure. Elspeth wasn't like that. She wore her heart on her sleeve. She loved people. She loved the mountains. She wasn't meant to spend her days alone in a dark room, hovering on the brink of madness. Yeah, me too. Now you see why we don't like outsiders prying into our business. Here, Elspeth left this letter for you. I found it among her things. She must have written it when word got out that you were looking for Frigg. Take it and go. There's nothing left for you here.
Dead by her own hand, rather than serve as matron. How could she do this? We needed her. The tribe cannot support. I cannot force anyone to take the mantle. Find us a matron stranger. Someone willing. Someone with strength. I can't ask them myself. Find us a matron stranger, and I will attend the moot. That's a promise. Yes. Who? Look, I know this tribe has seen better days, but then she should be killed. Not. I don't know if you're trying to insult them. Becoming a matron isn't punishment, and I don't want it setting a precedent. No. If she's to become a matron, I need to know if she's capable. If I must. You clearly don't understand how crucial this is. A new matron, after all this time, will shape the future. I can't make this decision lightly. I believe you have a good reason for choosing, but I need to. Just surviving is what the weak do. We are Volker. Mother's blessing has returned to us. What could a woman who so openly and how dare... Can't even say you're wrong. There are so few of us left. A nurturing mother, you say? Maybe that is what we need right now. Fine. I'll speak to her. I just hope she understands, and I remember my promise. I will attend, but what will come of it? Who knows? The other tribes have always treated us with... let's call it caution. Still, Frail won't tolerate any disrespect towards our berserkers. And on that, I stand with her. I gladly see Camelot crushed.
Watch yourself.
You again? You should have led with that. Go on then, and keep it brief.
Outsider, you chose a bad time to wander. Tell me. So, you hunt, even when you don't need to? I'll never understand people like you. Trying to understand. Someone's been hunting in our woods. Though, it's slaughter. They leave... Wouldn't say no to that. Normally, I'd go... No time for hunting. Fine. Bring me the head of that butcher, whoever it is. So, it was one of the stag fathers slaughtering most of our village. Scum. I'll toss his head out to rot. Let the worms here. You've done a good thing. It should... I'm Vesna, huntress. I spend most of... I'm used to... Vragi talks enough. I try. Vragi and I got lucky. I'm trying to take care of those who don't get... If you need something... Watch where you...
Don't. You looking to buy hides? Oh, Sagar, a cook them. If you want it. Make yourself.
This isn't the best time to visit the village, but come in if you need a healing potion or herbs. We're dealing with a curse. The Stagfather's Our god has turned against us. He used to bless us with game, fruits, and herbs. The hunters stopped returning from the woods. The witch condemned my husband to a fate worse than death. I'm sorry. Only if the gods themselves sent you. But Glerna, the priestess of the Stagfather. I've lived 40 years, and she thinks she runs the village, not Barlam. We honor Mother too, but not as fervently as Thude. Her ways of trying to keep the Stagfather at bay. I've said to
And who might you be? Are you the messenger of the Stagfather? If she's right for once, well, that'd be a first. You're a little late, by the way. Ah, perhaps that's for the best. The last thing we need is another self-proclaimed... I'm Barlam, the chieftain. Welcome to this... Can't you see? I won't speak of it further. See this? He fought bravely, to the very end. May the ancestors grant him... It's a damn shame his god failed him. You just had to be... Hey, no point wasting breath. What's done is done. Let me guess. He wants to call the moot. He's been trying for years, and every time I've had to refuse. Not because I want to. I know the moot is sacred law. But above that law is my... And as you can see, I've failed. Not having a tribe is what's holding me back. Can you turn back time? Bring my people back to life? I don't know you. And if Gerfan thinks I'll trust someone from outside the tribes on his word alone, but I do have a solution. Find Kjell. If she vouches for you, I'll honor the voice of the tribe's request. She should be nearby. She'll have a task for you. Once that's done, meet me here. Maybe then...
You smell of change outside. Some roots. Atlee, I'm Glairna's. One day, I'm meant to take her. No. I am. My father, she brought me here, told Glairna, and then she left. Yes. It was she said she helped me it got it keeps bearing monsters. I'm afraid those things. Really? You would? Here, it should stop the. Thank you. Yes? I should.
You picked a damned bad outsiders in the village. Briefly, I hope. That'll leave you left. What do you... Well then, the two of you aren't talking. I don't know you, and I'm not vouching for... Wait, hold on. One of our hunters went to the cave near... with everything that happened here, and don't... What? You went to the bottomless cave, and you made it out alive? There is no missing hunter. I sent you to the bottomless cave because I was hoping. But now that you managed to make it out alive, I'm the best huntress here. And even I have respect. Go talk to Barlam, our chieftain. He'll probably... I can't tell you more. What? You want a tour now? Want me to introduce you to every corpse? Even the dead wouldn't bother talking to outsiders, let alone the living, who've got their own problems. Much livelier. There was more noise, less dead silence, and it smelled of hearth smoke and roasting meat, not blood. He's been in charge for as long as I can remember, and ruled wisely, fairly even. But turns out he was too lenient with some of us. And you see where that kind of weakness leads. Yeah, I shoot strangers who can't hold their tongue. Besides that, I hunt. Best in the village. Was already true before most of the hunters got themselves killed. It is. Unless your goal is to freeze or get eaten by something mean. Then it's real easy. But we'll survive. Even if there's only a handful of us left. And you, if you can't take care of yourself, you can always move on. Break a leg.
A face I do. Counting the years, birth, the things. Maybe because the dead have no need. Who do you want? Then we carved the roots, torn to memory.
You came. Some of us stayed. If you're looking for our god, half the village went with away forever. My son, I buried. Now I was iffy. I buried the boy. I will plant what seed. There's nothing. May.
Kill you, maybe. But the fact that you're still breathing only proves you survived Kjell's trial, which means you've proven yourself. The Stagfather happened. A bunch of fanatics called him into this world. They claimed that when he arrived, he would devour everyone, then choose his own and grant them their rightful place in the afterlife. You can see how well that turned out. And that's how the story of the Svine tribe ends. I doubt we'll ever recover from this. He is our most important god, the one we worshipped in the homelands, and we brought him here with us. He watched over us, blessed us with an abundance of game. In return, he had our unwavering devotion. But, as it often happens, some became blindly devoted, while others began to doubt. And the first group decided that the rest were unworthy of the Stagfather's grace, so they set him loose, to kill the entire tribe. The faithful joined him. The unbelievers were slaughtered. One of ours, Gudry, did something completely suicidal, with the help of our shamaness. He accepted the god into his body and is trying to keep him contained. But he's growing weaker by the day. We don't have much time before the Stagfather breaks loose again. And trust me, mixing the old gods with the weirdness thickening in these lands is the worst possible combination. We have to act quickly, although I have no idea where to even start. Out of the question. If we don't deal with the Stagfather, what happened here will happen to the rest of the Forlorn Swords. And the only thing that's happened so far is you proving you don't bow to fear, and that you know how to handle a weapon. Now, I need someone willing to help the Svine tribe. Well, that's a good question. Because I have no idea. All I know is that we need to find a way To get rid of the Stagfather once and for all. Gudri won't be able to hold on much longer. And when he gives up, we're all lost. Go find Glirna. She must know something. She's the shamaness serving the damn thing, and somehow she's keeping Gudri alive. We may not like each other, but I know Glirna isn't a fanatic. She owes as much to her own tribe as she does to the Stagfather. Glirna is our old soothsayer. Very old. When I was a kid, that hag was already as wrinkled as an apple, forgotten in the storehouse for 3 winters. When I was a kid, that hag was already as wrinkled as an apple, forgotten in the storehouse for 3 winters. But fate has tangled our paths, and we have no choice but to work together. The fate... If you need to get ready, go see Hjarn. He'll help. There's still the cook, Sagar. You could talk to. I'm sure their previous... Glirna is a...
The forest whispered, the fire screamed, the bones agreed, and at last, here you are, just in time. The horned god told me, before hatred blinded him. He said your paths would cross, that you would bring redemption or ruin. In my dreams, I hear the crack of seals and snapping bones. The horned god, cursed with pain and blood, tears at the bonds I used to bind him. The earth trembles with his fury. Can you feel it? Soon, he will break free. And then we shall pay for calling him with blood. Not faith. It's the horned god's domain, a place where time does not flow, beyond the reach of humankind. Once, it was lush and alive, where the hunt was sacred, wild, pulsing with green and the crimson of blood, teeming with beasts and birds in the boughs. I doubt it still is. Yes, Gudri, who took the horned god's fury into himself to save us all. He reached for blood and bone, and let me turn his body and soul into a vessel for the god's essence. I sealed it with wards, like a cage of thorns. But the god's wrath will tear through them, sooner or later. And when that happens, if you want to bind, you use old songs stolen from the dead,
the horned god in his hate-twisted, the finest warriors of the spine, the pride of our tribe, gave their my disciples. After the Gunvalda massacre, I and the others who served the horned god could not bear the shame. The most devout called upon the old powers, out of grief, out of rage, but without reverence or care. They begged the and he did. Not as a god. I didn't think they'd reach so deep into the dark. By the time I saw what they were doing, they opened a door, and I gave them the key, in the form of songs, rites, and signs. He cannot be healed. He will not forgive us. But I can try to keep him bound by will, by bone, and by blood. To do that, I need a fragment of his original self. The first trophy. The skull of the first stag. It will remind him of who he once was. Bind his essence to the first offering, long enough for me to complete the rite. It's hidden, tied to the places where we once worshipped the horned god. 3 shrines, each one. Once all 3 fall, the 4th shrine, hidden and go, but be warned. The shrines are no longer sacred. They're fouled by hatred and the guardians who watch over. Until
I don't. Because sitting in that, it fell. Watch your.
You're not... Yes? Oh, thank you so much. There will still be my mark on this place. This is for you. I can only promise. I hope...
Yoy. I knew you'd succeed. There's no time. The horned god is tearing Gudri's body apart. I must begin the ritual. But I fear he may be too blind. Your path leads to the unrealm of the hunt. There, if you can weaken him, if you can break through the frenzy even for... Oh, child, we both know you're not entirely human. You're second. I understand. Whatever is going through your mind, if you need to prepare... But remember, you're not going there to... That's when the trophy take care...
We need to get rid of that damn thing once and for all. Even if it means the woods stay empty, I won't let my people live in fear anymore. For too long, Gudry must die. And when he does, the stag... It's true. We pride ourselves on being the best hunters in the land. And at the root of that pride, but if the old god failed us, we'll find ourselves a new one. At least those who feel the... I'm not worried about the Svein identity. They're hard not to believe in something you... And now that I've seen what he's capable of, I know there's no place for him in Avalon. We made a mistake keeping him alive. If we manage to rebuild the tribe, we'll do things differently. We might not be the greatest hunters any... Besides, no one can take us. Not on my own, of course. From what I understand, the fight has to take place in 2 realms. And I already know you can walk that unrealm of... You'll kill the Stagfather in that realm. And my people and I will We need to break free from this curse once and for all. Do this for me, and the full strength... It won't. We know too much already, and that's that. I won't lie. Your fight will be the toughest. But you faced worse, but let me know when you're ready.
what right do you tread in my realm, blasphemer? Who dare stand before me unbidden? I heard the call. I answered it, as I have done for centuries. And the moment I stepped beyond my realm, the weirdness consumed me. The hunt that began then was unlike the hunts I behold through the eyes of my followers. I was the hunter, they the prey, and I felt in that moment as if it had always been so. Only those who summoned me were hidden from my sight. Glirna. She has long been attuned to my call. When I answered the summons and the weirdness took hold, our bond was severed. Glirna, that rage I felt the moment the sacrifice was taken. I knew it. If Glirna knows how to restore our connection, I accept this path, then do. Sacred law to summon me only in the light of day. If any follower dares to call upon me by night, my wrath shall fall upon them. To you, mortal, I grant mercy. Go now and carry my decree.
The Stag Father. I felt our bond rekindle. His power. Thank you for understanding. Yes. His will, his wrath will fall upon those who dare summon him by... And he will hunt them by day. We will return to our roots. Once more we will endure. For such is our fate. The world may fall. The weirdness may consume all. That is Barlam's will and decision. My calling. That is the greater mission. Walk the path. Follow the...
You didn't kill him? Then how do you know bloody Glern has filled your head with all that talk? No's fine with that. No one knows if he won't break free one day and finish what he started. And thanks to you, that axe is... And risk the Stagfather breaking free. If that's going to happen, I want to be here. Tell Gerfan I've got more pressing matters than... We'll rebuild. At least, I'll be cheap. Farewell. Glerna must be pleased with how things turn.
Yes? Ah, that cursed Stagfather of theirs. Even weakened, they would have been an important ally in the war to come. A war that might never happen if we fail. Well then, if they prefer to worship a god who slaughters his own followers if that's truly their decision, how did you manage to convince the Twoid tribe? They've always kept to themselves. No, you've done the impossible. And I want to give you an artifact the Twoid tribe once guarded. Here, a part to the king's armor they were tasked with guarding. Could it be that the Volker have uncovered the truth about Mother? Unbelievable. Of all the tribes, I thought the Volker would be the Take these pieces of the king, a gift in return for the help you gave him. You have no idea how glad I am that the threat of Tryggve has passed, and that they've managed to appoint a new... The members of the Ulfred tribe are all without them. So, allow me to offer you a gift. Go now, my king, and reclaim your crown. All the tribes can do now...
his burden, the man beneath the myth. I am the face that time forgot, the name that was never enough.
First, you used these people to win yourself a kingdom, and now you herded them here under threat of being stomped to death by giants if they leave or disobey. After all that they've gone through, all that they've done, all that they've suffered, this is how you intend to repay them?
No kingdom will stand with people like them within its borders. They would have to change their ways. The Del Rita are not ready for this. You know this.
You did worse than all of them combined, and you are the one responsible for all they've done so far. They fought for your name and under your banners. Does this mean you're not fit to be a king? Not ready to have a kingdom?
I left the heritage of Pendragon behind me. I severed the ties between myself and my tribe. I lost all that tied me to the past when I became king. I set a new path for myself. They are not ready to do that.
Bullshit! You forced them to go against their sacred traditions. You destroyed their identities. They betrayed their comrades because you ordered them to. They kidnapped the children of the giants because you told them to do it. Everything they did was so that you could win this war. And now what? You're going to punish them for being your best, fiercest soldiers, most loyal of your men?
This is not...
So stop with your excuses already. You broke them, and now you're abandoning them to starve or freeze to death in these damned lands.
This kingdom needs to be built on peace, Caradoc. Letting them live among merchants, lords, and ladies in Camelot or Timberwall. How would that go?
Exactly as anyone would expect it to go.
So we would end up with a civil war. Right after we won the war that almost annihilated us all.
Oh, damn you. I've had enough. I stood by you through everything. Even what you did to me. To Seawall. I let it all slide. I told myself it was for something. For a noble cause. But this is where I draw the line. I renounce my oaths, and I'm walking away. Put a blade in my back if that helps you sleep. I don't care. Not anymore.
Now I remember it all. I left the best of my people here. I betrayed their loyalty. And for what? Everything. This land, it had a glorious past. But there is no... I know. I see it now. And it was my decision that cost... I may have been right about the diagnosis. Now I see I could have been... The tribes helped us win the war. They were fearless and followed every order, but... I left them broken. And after I had to do something. The giants sided with our enemy. We had to find a way to remove them from the equation. So, Under cover of night, the tribes stole their children. I told the giants their offspring were our hostages, and that we would slaughter them if they... One of the most humiliating moments of that whole war. Caradoc had the clearest eyes of any of us. He saw things for what they were, and I think I destroyed that. Destroyed him with all I did. He used to carry hope. Now all he carries is vengeance. I come from the Pendragon bloodline. A heritage drenched in as much blood as that of the Del Reese. A heritage that pillaged and fought in the homelands for longer than anyone can remember. And unable to build anything that withstood the test of time. I decided to leave it behind me when we won the war against the Four-Dwellers, and built our kingdom on Avalon on stronger foundations. Now we've seen that my bloodline must have been... There's nothing left. Nothing worth saving. Nothing worth rebuilding. I gave everything I betrayed the ones who believed. I turned away from my own blood to build something better. And all I built was another. Do what you want. But all I've ever done got turned into dust. Corrupt. Speak your will through the mortal you now inhabit. Is it time for us to awaken? We have waited for this. We shall return to the home of our ancestors. We are grateful for this decision. Your will shall be done.
We are ready to begin the moot. We were only waiting for your return, once and future. You were strong enough to walk the king's thread. And what is your will, my king? What decision have you made? I understand your decision, though I struggle to accept it. We had the chance to end the war once and for all, and instead we are left with a fragile peace. I only hope that the threat of the weirdness is real enough that Camelot will turn its strength toward protecting the people, and not, once again, to march on our lands. Thank you, my king, for your intervention. I, the voice of the Dalrida tribes, accept your decision with humility and gratitude.
So the giants have returned to their sleep. They have... It is a wise decision. No one should hold such power. And we, the Dalrida...
We could have defeated Camelot once and for all. I should have known this was the decision the king would make. After all, why would he support? We should at least be thankful he did not side with Camelot.
Come here.
let me rest in peace. I swore to protect him until the day I died, and I did. I don't feel obligated to serve him anymore. I earned my rest. It's not my fault the weirdness woke me, and I know exactly who to blame. The one who kept coming back, growing stronger, and ruining our peace.
Let me speak to him, young one. Galahad, my friend, we come to you in our hour of need.
It wasn't enough to tamper with immortality on your own. You had to drag us into it too? Do you know, it was only after I died that I understood what you'd done. Becoming a Four-Dweller, Arthur. Really?
I've always valued your counsel, Galahad. But we were losing the war, and you were no longer at my side. I had no choice but to try becoming as powerful as they were.
Nonsense. There's always a choice. And you have made the worst one. How could you fraternize with the enemy? Go against everything we fought for? You're right. I wasn't there. If I had been, I'd have beaten you to death with my bare fists before letting you follow the advice of that old charlatan.
It was my choice, not Merlin's.
Keep telling yourself that. I know the truth. I always knew the old man was a manipulator. And you had too much on your shoulders to see what he was really doing.
I respect your opinion, Galahad. I only regret that we meet under these circumstances.
As do I. So, what now? You're taking my remains for a little trip. And I'm supposed to serve you again. Not that you're giving me a choice. If you take me from this place, my essence will be bound to your will. I never really had a choice, did I? The war, your transformation. It would have happened with or without me.
Probably, yes. But now, at least we can see it through to the end.
Do what you want. It's not like I have a choice. This will be the last time you hear me fully aware.
Then, is there anything you want to say to me, Galahad?
Just one thing. May the weirdness take you, traitor.
Such proud men, Galahads. I wonder what it is about that name that makes it heavier to bear than most. They're always more driven, but more volatile too. I've heard some things about Sir Galahad the Pure. Things I'd rather never hear again. On the contrary, everything is always changing. Sometimes it's hard to keep up. Though, maybe that's just me finally getting properly old. But you're right about one thing. Violence, and those who thrive on it, never seem to change. The worst kind of constant in a sea of chaos. You've met Sir Galahad the Pure? It fascinates me how he both is and isn't the ideal successor to the first Galahad. They share the same drive, the same sharp edge of cruelty. But for the first Galahad, that cruelty was a means to an end, not the end itself. Or so I've heard. Go well, traveler. There are more souls still waiting to be found.
Galahad. I should have known he wouldn't be too happy about being brought back, but I hoped he'd died in peace, and would return in peace. I was wrong. War isn't a time when you can afford likes and dislikes. Galahad was a great warrior. He made decisions no other commander dared to. But would he have been a good leader in times of peace? I doubt it. That's why news of his death in battle came as a relief to me. Men like him, once they gain momentum, are nearly impossible to stop. In that regard, he and Galahad the Pure were quite alike. He led a dangerous expedition, one of the most important of the Age of Conquest. Had it succeeded, the war might have ended much sooner, but it didn't. And so the fighting went on. After the war, I had his remains recovered and this tomb built. Over time, he came to be seen as a noble martyr. But who he really was, well, you've seen that for yourself. I regret the fate he met. Let's make sure his sacrifice wasn't in vain. is you. I wasn't expecting such a grandiose visit, my king. And I see that you were brought here by some lad. That's kind of you, stranger. But you'll have... These halls ain't fit to welcome a king, nor the one who bears him with it. Ah, right. Sometimes I forget that not everything's as clear as it once was. Truth be told, I tend to lose sight of... But to the point, my name is Gavonin. I'm a craftsman, a blacksmith, and the keeper of this place. The pleasure is mine, kind lad. And your grace, of course. This, kind lad, is the tomb of the knight who never came. There was once a grim legend that claimed this tomb was built out of fear. Fear of an ancient curse Morgana cast upon Arthur. She foretold that all the great knights who were denied the king's favour and honours would rise at the end of days as an army of the dead. They would march on Camelot, seize the capital, shatter the Round Table to dust, defile the royal relics, and from the ruins, forge a kingdom of their own. But those are just stories. This tomb opens only for two kinds of brave souls. Knights who were never granted and the king him. I've been sitting here long enough to know what kind of knight visits the tomb. And you're... No, I would cease to be. I'm bound here by an oath I made to his grace. The one who now dwells with but is perfectly fine. It is my home, and so it shall. Anyone who finds their way here usually comes seeking eternal rest, and rest like that calls for a proper gravestone. I carve each one with my own chisel. They also bring battle-scarred equipment. My hammer mends what needs mending, so it will serve them well in the... And the dead? Well, they need a kid, someone to watch over them when unrest stirs. Believe me, those who chase glory in life don't always lie in... Really kind of you, lad, but no. You see, I once made a habit of carving gravestones in advance, so that any night arriving here, unfortunately, it slipped and fell all the... If you could find it. If we do not speak of them, then we won't stir their slumber. The dead prefer silence. Aye, few in nights these days, and no wonder that so few of them come. Hope you find something worth your time.
Just waiting. Your tomb's gathered quite a lot of cobble. Best tidy up a little. I've been resting in a tomb for the past 3 centuries, so not much, really. I've been resting in a tomb for the past 3 centuries, so not much, really. Unless, of course, you're pointing out that I'm not in my own grave. In which case, fair enough. But what can I say? Ah, of course. Of all the forgotten knights who never came, you stand when you finally join us, you'll tell us what it was like to hear his voice, to share. I won't deny my envy, but in death, I've met many who said that their bones now line forgot sooner or later, so yeah, no bold promises. I came to this tomb I knew our time was drawing to a close. I had a few words with Govanon and then headed to the crypt with my own gravestone on my back. Sometimes, when men want something badly enough, I killed 5 knights. Each one stood higher than me in the race. 4 I cut down, the last I drowned in a river. Quite the burden to repent for. Fine lad. If someone's to watch over my I imagine long ago he had more to do. I see. You pity the wretch who never reached, but I propose something fairer. If I lose with dignity, I am all yours, but if you then you'll lie in the so. Splendid. Lost. Oh, how I missed that rush. As I promised, here is my oath. I thank you.
Glad to see... You did? I try not to go that deep. Sometimes, I feel... Thank you. Here, take... Ah, Savat. Some nights wear death like a cloak. As for the empty grave, it doesn't mean the end is near. When the body finally rests in the grave... Safe...
And so, it is done. Now everything rests in your hands. Their souls, and the fate of Avalon. There is. But before I explain, understand this. I haven't lied to you, but it's not the whole story. Arthur and his... Not yet. But it's a choice. Nothing. Avalon will go on, as it always has. Should people live in fear of the wordness, generation, or should they be allowed to embrace it? No. My people may be close to the wordness, but even we aren't immune. What I want is for the people of Avalon to embrace... Arthur and his knights are the pillars of humanity in Avalon, and His Majesty's soul is unique. It's the best combination we could hope for. If we want to... Releasing their souls into the wordness would leave a permanent mark of humanity on the... The wordness wouldn't see us as intruders anymore. But Arthur and his knights worked tirelessly to make Avalon ours. This is their chance to finish what they started. Thank you. And before you go, there's one last... I hereby welcome you as a full member of the Royal Geographers. May you carry the legacy of Iryu the Farstrider and Eleanor. May your paths be clear. Your farewell, traveler. I hope our paths cross again.
Meeting him made me reflect on one thing. How many great knights were swallowed by their ambition to sit at the round table. Somewhere along the way, Things must have gone terribly wrong. If men could kill one another for something that was meant to be an honor, I pity the lost knights of this world. I'm glad this one will have a chance to fight at his king's side and serve me, as he always wished to.
Step closer. I won't bite.
So, you finally made it. Took you long enough. I hope you're ready, because this is it. The beginning of the end. Ready to finish your journey, of course. You've come far, but every path ends somewhere. Yours ends here, in the heart of it all. This is the Charred Conclave, a graveyard for druids, burned alive as scapegoats for the Red Death. It's a reminder of what happens when people fear what they don't understand. They spoke out. They should have stayed silent, kept to their herbs and potions, but they didn't. They believed their ancient knowledge, ugly and painful truths from times long past, could save Avalon from the plague. And maybe they were right. But people don't want the truth when it's covered in blood. Cruel rituals, sacrifices, hard choices in search of real results. They called it wisdom, knowledge gleaned from the weirdness itself. But to the people, everything they did was unnatural, costly, and frightening. The druids believed their results would justify the costs. They thought Avalon would see them as saviors. But the people didn't understand, and fear turned to fire. Well, the Red Church and their politicians made sure of that. The druids became a convenient enemy, a way to shift the blame and tighten their grip on power. It's always so simple, so banal, isn't it? Well, death doesn't always mean an ending. It was a sacrifice so costly, so cruel, so pointless, that it tore a rift in the fabric of this world. An ultimate wound. And so you're the closest you'll ever come to seeing the true shape of this world. To greet you, I was once where you are now. A knight with questions, searching for answers. That search led me to this place. And here I found my answers. Now it's your turn. Well, first, you're going to meet my former employer. We don't see eye to eye anymore, but we both realize that our collaboration yields results, as shown by you being here. He'll try to sugarcoat the hard truths I've been telling you from the beginning, spin them differently. Never mind. Why waste time here talking about it when you're just a step from the end? It's best if... just remember, once you've stepped through, but if you've come this far, I said, go on.
I've heard much about you. Your choices, your determination. Caradoc isn't easily impressed, but he was impressed with you. Few dare to seek the truth buried in Avalon's shadows. Fewer still make it this far. I was the first. Caradoc followed when my brethren burned and the tear opened. And now, here you are. A truly rare and joyful occasion. Oh, forgive my lack of manners. I am Orin, the last apprentice of Merlin, and the last archdruid of Avalon. I've carried the weight of this land's secrets longer than I care to admit. But names mean little. What matters is the task before us. What lingers here, it's older than Avalon. Older than anything we know. What you see is the beginning of weirdness itself. Its purest form, raw potential, unshaped by anything but its lack of boundaries and limits. Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, precisely the opposite of what Caradoc wants. I want you to help me resurrect King Arthur. Properly this time. Ridiculous, I know. But yes, that's what it boils down to. At some point, we stopped seeing eye to eye and chose different paths. Ultimately, though, both our paths led to you. Yes, please let me explain. By the end of his life, Arthur became obsessed with his legacy. He left mementos, artifacts that embodied the virtues he wanted Avalon to preserve. Excalibur, a symbol of loyalty and sacrifice. The crown of Pendragon, a beacon of courage and resilience. The shield of Palamedes, wisdom and independence. But Merlin and the others didn't believe that would be enough. The memory of war and the fragility of peace was still too fresh. So they acted. When the king died, his soul wasn't allowed to move on. It was shattered, bound to those artifacts. A clever solution, but ultimately flawed. They feared losing what Arthur represented more than losing Arthur himself. They thought the king's essence would endure if bound to his relics. You can't pick and choose with a soul, but that's exactly what Merlin did. He focused on 3 parts of Arthur: his strength, wisdom, and courage. He left out 2 pieces. One, tainted by the Four Dwellers' magic, was deemed too dangerous. The other was his humanity, the most fragile part. Merlin thought compassion and doubt were weaknesses, unfit for a king. Without them, Arthur became hollow. A king with power, but no heart. That way, Avalon's greatest failure was born. I tried, and I found his humanity. It's here, bound, kept safe. But the Four Dwellers' aspects was left to drift, untethered between worlds. Finding it needed more than magic. It needed someone like you. The horrors you endured on that island gave you something no one else has. You can move through the weirdness, touch it, and return whole. That's why you found the king's soul, bound it to yourself, and came back. You flatter me. No, I couldn't have predicted all of that. I merely nudged the Red Church in the right direction, and asked Caradoc to assist where I couldn't. I can see you're still doubting me. I want to bring back our king, whole and complete. I want him to lead again and safeguard Avalon's future. It won't. This time, Arthur will be whole. A king must be more than power. He must be human. That balance is what will save Avalon. Because I've seen what happens without him. Weirdness preys on the weak, and the people are too divided to stand against it alone. Arthur is their only hope, Ever they're left without him, without guidance, chaos takes hold. Division festers. You've seen it during your journeys. If things continue this way, Avalon will tear itself apart long before weirdness finishes the job. Then Avalon falls, and with it everything we fought to protect. But I don't believe I'm wrong. Help me bring the king back, whole and complete. That's all I ask of you. Now you need to go further. I made my case. Please keep in mind what I told you. This is the only way for Avalon to survive.
I was there when it all began, when Arthur first set foot on Avalon. I was a knight in his... We believed in him, in his dream, in his kingdom. And for a while, it was... Every battle felt like a step closer to peace. Every sacrifice justified by the dream we shared. But then came the cost. The war crimes, the impossible decisions, the massacres, slaughters, and irrational cruelty. We turned from knights into butchers, all because his dream demanded it of us. At first I told myself it was necessary, that it was the price of building something great. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to believe. That's when I realized Arthur wasn't a god, a savior, or a king. He was just another man, no different from the rest of us. And no man should have the power to demand such sacrifices. But do you understand why I want it so much? I'd like to believe that after 600 years I've moved past pettiness. You need to understand that people thought, and still think, that he was more than human. But he wasn't. He made mistakes, just like any man. And the cost of those mistakes was always paid for by others. I've seen what happens when people cling to kings and myths. They wait, they follow, they waste their lives on promises that never meant anything. But that's not my problem. I'm not here to fix Avalon or to free anyone. What comes after doesn't matter. Let it all burn, let it rot, let it rebuild. I won't be here to see it. Arthur's the only myth that still holds weight. And when he's gone, the rest will rot with him. A puppet king, another empty throne, none of it will last. Maybe they'll keep pretending for a while. Maybe they won't. Call it chaos, call it freedom, I don't care. Let them rise, let them fall. Let them tear each other apart. I just want to watch it all come down, to see the last lie collapse under its own weight. What comes after, that's for the ones still standing to figure out. Then let it. If this world can't stand without a dead king propping it up, maybe it deserves to fall. Let them stand, let them fall. It's not my concern. If the weirdness takes them, so be it. At least it won't be another king's failure. Another lie propping up a dying world. It'll just be what it is. I've lived longer than any man should. Seen more than anyone should ever bear. And I've waited centuries for this moment, this chance, to end it all. To end him. Orin's a druid. That's what they do. They believe. They believe in myths, in symbols, and some of them believe in I don't believe it's my decision to make. Not Orin's, not Arthur's, not mine. I've watched this cycle turn too many times. I have no stake in what comes after, only in making sure this nightmare finally ends. We were fools to tamper with forces we didn't understand. Resurrecting Arthur, infusing him with powers of the weirdness. We didn't just bend the natural laws, we shattered them. Such violations of nature's order cannot go unanswered. The bill comes due, sooner or later. Always. This cannot be allowed to continue. Listen, it's taken longer than I ever imagined. But now, here we are. You've brought Arthur's soul back together. Almost complete, but not quite. So, thank you. You're close now. Just one more step. The last and then we'll meet again. As allies, or as enemies. Go. Find the last piece, and let's end this. Whatever comes next, I'll be ready. I hope you would.
You've come. The one who carries what's left of me. Please, don't come any closer. Just because I've had enough. Enough of being torn apart and stitched back together. Enough of being used, shaped, and fought. Do you know what it is like to be a king of nothing? To see the people you swore to protect suffer. I've seen towns burnt to the ground, families destroyed. All because someone thought it would serve. I've been dragged through every dream, every lie they've built around me. And I'm tired. Tired, and most of all, Orin wants a king, not me. He doesn't see the broken man behind the myth. But symbols aren't people. They're empty. And the more they're used, the more they hollow out the one who... Do you know what it's like to be a weapon? To be forged? He thinks ending me will free Avalon. But what then? Without an idea, a light to people always seek something to follow. Take that away, and they'll tear each other apart trying to find it. Or worse, build something. I want release. I want to stop. Kill me. Destroy the last piece of me and use the energy however you wish. Take it yourself and become the new king. Give it to someone. Just don't let me come. Let me die. Not as Arthur. Not... Isn't that what you've been doing all along? Doesn't that prove? Arthur doesn't. I don't care. Do you know how freeing that is? To finally not care what happens, to not feel the burden of all my failures, to not see my memory tarnished, my plans, goals, and ambitions dragged through the mud, to not see the suffering my name causes. No more deaths in my shadow. No more kingdoms built on my bones. Another way? There's always another way, isn't there? Another cycle, another resurrection, another lie to keep the world spinning. But please, not for me. Not anymore. I've had enough. I don't want another chance. I want this to be over. Do what you think is right. That's all I can tell you. Because whatever you decide, it will finally be your choice. Not mine. Not theirs. And that's the only thing I've ever wanted. You hold the choice. I don't care who you side with. Orin, Caradoc, or no one at all. You have all of my soul. Use it. Take it for yourself. Or give it to someone else. I don't even want to know. Do what you will with it. Just let me go. Let me finally rest. Let me die. Please.
Now you need... I made my case. This is the only...
Go on. He's waiting.
You carried a dying king across the bones of a dying world. Now you stand before what started it all. An idea. I am the reason there must be an ending. I do not guide. I do not judge. I do not offer meaning. You have brought now. Choose. You will be seen. You will be followed. You will break the frame, and what follows will not remember you. You will shape the world to become its whip. You will vanish into the story you chose. Who do you have it? The weirdness. He would trade crowns for a world ruled by law, not... She would lead through care and quiet faith. Reverence would rise. He would build a world. Work would... He would rule through law. He would listen. He would dissolve the old... A new law. She would merge what is with what waits. The weirdness calms, but not all will follow what become. The weirdness, the weird, the weird. ideas shall develop.
If this is what you want, then so be it.
No, I won't.
You think any other human could wield this? I endured 6. I made the sacrifices. And now you think you can take... No. I will reforge Avalon.
You gave the soul to another, not to escape its weight, but because you believed they could carry it. One person, chosen by you, to bear the burden and to shape what comes next. Whatever future rises from their rule will bear your seal, for it was your will that set it in motion. Without the power of Arthur to sustain you, your body fell back into the endless rot of the Red Death. With only a few weeks of life remaining, you withdrew into isolation, finding a quiet place from which to watch the kingdom you had helped forge anew. With One Eye and Captain Brandon working side by side, the South found a peace it hadn't known in years. The roads stayed open, the fields were guarded, and the people finally felt safe. No longer bound to Camelot or the Knights of the Round Table, it became a land ruled by its own people on its own terms. The men here stayed in Kuanat, but Yvain failed to rally the minds and hearts needed for his Grail quest. With no clear leaders and rising tension, both Kuanat and Camelot grew fragile, drifting toward division, with no one left to hold the line. You awakened the giants, only to command their end, leaving no power behind for either side to claim. Without their strength, the balance held, but the divide between Camelot and the Dal Rita remained, wide, bitter, and far from settled. Firgas was named the new Galahad the Loyal. With One Eye and Brandon unable to rally the Dal Rita of the Forlorn Swords, the south remained divided. Firgas prepared Camelot's forces to reclaim the region by strength, determined to restore unity through conquest if necessary. The captain led the south to independence, breaking all ties with Camelot. Under his rule, the horns of the south flourished. Merchants, pilgrims, and adventurers returned to the roads, and prosperity once again reached the far corners of the land. One Eye ruled the south with the horns of the south at his side. The Dal Rita, the Forlorn Swords, remained divided, leaving the south strong but isolated. Without wider unity, his rule endured for a time. The future beyond his leadership remained uncertain. Nianta stayed in Kuanak, and the people remained by her side. Though Anselm held the official title, it was Nianta whom the people turned to for guidance, treating her as the true heart of the community. Maggot chose to remain in Kuanak, and the people stayed with him. Over time, they grew to trust him and often sought his wisdom. In time, he took on an apprentice, planting the first seeds of a new druidic tradition. Eufre left Kuanak alongside Yvain, despite concerns about his age. His fate remained unknown, but the people admired him for finding purpose at the end of his life and spoke of him with lasting respect. Ailey turned to the merchants for support, and for a time the hospital prospered. But when they began charging patients for care, she walked away and opened her own small practice, refusing to serve profit over healing. With Frail as their new matron, the Volca pulled even further away from the Dal Rita. Hidden among the snowy peaks, they focused on rebuilding their tribe and strengthening their numbers. The berserkers they had once been famed for became fewer and fewer, until all that was left was a fading name, half remembered and half feared. Ingrid turned away from the eternal sleep, choosing life over dreams. In time, she began to rebuild the Thoid among the living, planting the first seeds of a new future for her scattered people. Under Stronar's leadership, the Ulfra found new strength. He rebuilt the tribe and reunited them with the rest of the Dal Rita, restoring their place among the tribes of the Forlorn Swords. Following Glerna's path, the Sven clung to the old ways, their faith sustained by the Stagfather's living presence within the unrealm of the hunt. They turned inward, shunning outsiders, and deepened their devotion to the blood-stained rites of their ancestors. You accepted the mycelium's offer and let the spores consume Sagramor's body. Now the kingdom lies under fungal control, its people connected, obedient, and slowly fading into the roots that feed the spores. You placed self at the head of the children of Morrigan. Operating from the shadows, the Guild reshaped Avalon's politics through quiet influence and assassination, while the people lived unaware of the power that ruled them. You chose to dismantle the children of Morrigan. There were no more crows to carry out her will, for now. Morrigan withdrew into silence, patient as ever. waiting for the day when new souls would rise to serve her again. After returning to Camelot, Killian lived quietly for a time. When he vanished, few asked questions. Unsettling rumors had always followed him, and most preferred not to remember.